it's time, right? Like, we can do this. Let's go. Let's go. Right? There we are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is .NET Aspire release day. I've got my .NET Aspire hat on. Welcome in. It's February 25th, 2025, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. We're going to talk about .NET Aspire. We're going to have some fun here today. I want to catch up with you. TBD Gamer with the raid, bringing in 28 viewers. Thank you so much for getting us started the right way over there. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Looks like you had to raid and run. Really appreciate you joining your folks over here. Let me say hello to everybody that dropped in. They're right over here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube, so you can tune in wherever you'd like, and we'll catch up with you. We'll have a good time here together. Let me say hello. Who do we have here? TMKDK. Hello to you. C Sharp Titan. Good evening to you in Melbourne, Australia. Reg. Good morning as well. Hello, hello. Let me see here. And over on YouTube, Peter says hello from Austria. Welcome in. Great to see you. So, have you been busy the past few days? So, let me get you kept caught up. Let's talk about a couple things here. Can somebody run the hat command? Let's see if it recognizes the .NET Aspire logo there. And I'm going to get some music playing in the background here, and we're going to dive in and start talking about things. I'm going to go with the stream beats, and let's go with EDM playlist. And yeah, here's a good one. We're going to lock it in right here. We're going to get things started right. There we go. There we go. And let's see if it recognizes the .NET Aspire logo. So, we've been helping out. We've been checking in on some things that, it doesn't recognize the .NET Aspire logo. Look at that. Look at that. I've been helping out with the .NET Aspire team. We've been going through and reviewing features, taking a look at things, and getting ready for this release. Really great stuff that the team has put in to solidify some of the features that were out there, to fix some bugs, to improve usability. There's going to be release notes. The full publish is coming out in just a little bit. It's actually going to be coming out. I can't give away all of our processes here, but it's going to be coming out here this morning, and we're actually going to raid from this stream into the .NET Aspire community stand-up, where I'll be co-hosting, and we're going to talk to some of the folks about the great stuff that was included in this release. You know about .NET Aspire. It's that great set of frameworks and tools and integrations that allow you to build locally an application system. I don't want to call it a distributed application. I don't want to call it a cloud-native application, but an application system that might be a console application and a database. It might be a website and an API. Whatever it is, it does all the things that you don't want to do in your application, right? Nobody likes to write a bunch of logging. Nobody likes to write a bunch of trace statements. Nobody likes to figure out and stitch together distributed logging. Service discovery and connecting various pieces of your application system, where the database is located and all the password connection information, and getting that copied through to all the places. Nobody likes to really manage that. It's annoying, and especially when it changes, it's frustrating to have to go and find all those places. But with the features of .NET Aspire, it's just available there for you. And they've added more integrations, they've added more updates to make it easier to use in more situations that hopefully help you in your development process. Yeah. How you doing there? Billy Cool with a big wave. Phantom Aim Gaming, how you doing there? Lovely being here. Remember watching me when I had just got your first job nearly 3 years ago. Now you're making your first switch. Ooh, okay. I'm one of the few reasons that you haven't given up on programming. Oh my gosh. Okay. What has you considering giving up on programming? Let's talk a little bit more about that and see if we can get you encouraged a little bit here. Digital Dummy with a question to get us started here about .NET Aspire. Is Aspire only for cloud apps because our staff is running on-prem? .NET Aspire will absolutely help. It is optimized for getting applications into the cloud and using cloud services. However, the features, the capabilities that it delivers, you can absolutely run on premises. You're working with SQL Server on premises and you're building a .NET 9 application, you can run a SQL Server emulator with .NET Aspire and seed it with all of your test data so that every developer has a local version of SQL Server that they can break. And it doesn't affect all the other developers, right? We get that great experience of having that isolation. They can do their own tracing. They can do their own investigation. And when it comes time to deploy, all of your deploy scripts that you had written still work the same way. If you want to use the telemetry capabilities when you get to your production area, even though it's running locally, you can add in those extra parameters, those extra environment variables, so that instead of publishing to Azure App Insights, instead you publish to a local Prometheus database. Then you can build your Grafana dashboards and have that great telemetry experience locally using tools and features that are all already available to you, right? This just makes it so much easier for your developers to manage and build capabilities locally, right? And with the Aspire Community Toolkit, now that means if you want to run Ollama locally because you want to do your own little AI things, hey, let me say hello to Lucy first.
Lucy Llewellyn just
Lucy.
resubscribed for 22 months.
22
You are tech
months?
friends.
Hello, thank you so much. So if you want to run Ollama locally in your data center, right? Because you want to do some AI processing for your internal applications without sending it out to somewhere on the cloud. Maybe you've got some intellectual property that you don't want shared out there. That's okay. You can still work with that. You can, using the .NET Aspire Community Toolkit, you can add Ollama and then deploy an Ollama image to run in your data center with whatever AI model you'd like. And now you've got a little bit of AI power that's running locally. You're going to need to maintain the hardware and make sure you have enough horsepower to drive that model, but you have it locally. You now have those types of features that you might be interested in checking out and trying in your applications, running in your data center, and .NET Aspire is that on-ramp for you. If you start to get into more advanced features, you want to do more with that, of course, then you've got an on-ramp with .NET Aspire to start using AI features out on the cloud and dial them in and get them working a little bit easier, right? Because you've already been exposed to using it with Ollama. Microsoft Extensions AI gives you that shim, so you can use a little bit of both. Jens with a question here. Any updates on the visors? So according to the report to investors, all of the Founders Edition visors should be shipped in March, according to the report to their investors. The remainder will be shipped in the summer. So this was kind of the hook on the visor augmented reality headset, that Founders Edition gets shipped first, and then the follow-up ones, the rest of the community would be shipped 5 to 6 months later. So that's the report that we have at this point. Phantom M Gaming says, been working on old MVC apps that were mainly in maintenance mode. Didn't really enjoy programming. Working a lot on maintenance stuff as a new developer, yeah, I wouldn't be enjoying that as either. You want to be creative. You want to build your own thing. So I get it. Fortunate to have gotten early experience with single-handedly managing client communication. Understand what they need. Okay, that sounds like a good experience. But now changing things up, I've got my interest rekindled with .NET Core and Angular. Nice. We'll take up other front ends as well. Very cool. Lucy prefers the idea of running AI stuff completely on your own system, and that's fair. Totally fair. From a model that's trained ethically. That's fine. hey, these are options that we have available to us, and I totally agree with you. You think Samsung are releasing their own headset? Yes, there are more folks that are going to be releasing higher end headsets.
Farrowings just resubscribed. For 76 months. Boo-pee.
Oh, it didn't. They got you there, Ms. Wings. How you doing there? That's our friend Fairy Wings. 76 months. My goodness. Thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate that. The hype train is in. We are halfway to level 2. 4.5 minutes to get there. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. Let me see. There's a mean bot. Stream elements. What can I tell you? So can I humble brag for a second here? I don't normally play games on the channel, and I think I need to set up for a gaming stream, maybe Friday morning. Maybe. Here's the deal. Maybe even tomorrow morning. I've got time tomorrow morning. Here's the deal, okay? You know, you've seen me play the Overwatch. You know the Overwatch. It's the first-person shooter game, 2 teams of 5 players go running around and blah, blah, blah. And there are a series of training courses out there, obstacle courses. They call them mastery courses. And I've been using them to learn how to play one of the characters named Zarya. She's a Russian weightlifter, carries a massive laser weapon, and is a fantastic tank that I enjoy playing. And I started doing the mastery obstacle course. The most complex one, the hardest one, is called the veteran level. And I was going through and playing that last week and getting better, and I needed to get to a certain level of progression to complete a goal, complete a challenge, and hey, they give you more whatever reward points. And over the weekend, I pushed and pushed, and I finally got a 5-star rating on it. I finally got a 5-star rating. Well, yesterday I went to log in. I was going to do a couple runs over lunch just to clear my mind and do something that wasn't coding for a little bit. I'm ranked number 148 in the world as this character. Like, holy crow! Holy crow! Like, wow! So, that was an amazing surprise that I was not expecting. That, oh, hey, look at what I do! Look at what I do! So, really happy to see that, and thank you. Yeah. Ice cream stick model. I need to dig into those. Can you drop me a link on Discord? Let me get that set up, and we'll take a look on Thursday. I've got some things that I want to accomplish today and get us ready for the .NET Aspire release that's coming. And I'm going to be rating and going into their stream a little bit later. Well, at the end of my stream. So they're about 4 hours out till we'll raid over to that and get things started over there. Yeah, we absolutely need to take a look at those mini games you've been doing. Been resubbing longer than you've been coding. I've known Fairy Wings for a long time. We met at TwitchCon 2018 is when I met her. She's a great streamer, doing crafting, playing Minecraft. Always have fun hanging out. Codebase Alpha, hello to you. Long stream then. It's my typical 4 hours, and then we're going to jump into an hour talking with John Galloway. I believe Damian Edwards is joining us, and David Fowler, to talk more about the planning, the release, and new features of .NET Aspire in that stream. So it's a lot of stream today. Yes. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. So, and I'm loading up on coffee. I forgot to get my bottle of water. I had a bottle of water that I wanted to bring over. Well, we'll have to get that during a break here. So, where shall we start first? We're going to tune and add a couple features to the AspirifyNet website today. We're not going to work on SharpSite, but we're going to work on AspirifyNet because there's a couple things going on there that I think are going to be interesting, that are going to be compelling for us to add to the website. I've got deployments fixed so that they all deploy and update automatically out on the production website. I put some really, really long caches on the output cache out there because unless there's new content, there's no reason for the cache to expire. It's not like I'm running out of memory. You know what I'm saying? So I took the mindset of load up the cache. Let's take the queries that were running for a long time against Azure Table Storage. Use that as a persistent storage, but let's load them up out there and take advantage of my Redis cache, because the Redis cache has 250 meg, and I'm not even using 20 meg. So load it up, put the stuff out there. Know what I'm saying? So that's where we're gonna go a little bit here. I see a couple folks picking up on my posts on social media. Thank you so much. Let me head over to the code here, and I'll show you what I'm looking at here. What we're gonna put in play. Roll that back. Hang on. Roll that back. Now we'll take a look. See. Yeah, let's go back over here and we'll take a look at the code and get into this. Sinclair Nader was tweeting about warming up caches the other day. I'm not even so much warming up the cache as just push the data over there. Just push it over there. I don't need to warm it up. Just some of that stuff never has to expire. Just send it over there, and when there's new content, we'll flush the cache and let it rebuild. Like, that's easy. So, some things that I want to talk about and get into here. Noise. There's a bunch of different components to the AspirifyNet website that run here. This source code is not publicly available. It has a commercial layout in it that I purchased. I'm not allowed to reshare that layout, but you can see the code that I'm working on here. We'll be okay with this. Something that I do want to show you. Let me close the other things here. I was running into an issue where thumbnails were not being correctly generated for new articles that were being published to the website. So if I go to the Storage Explorer, right, I use Azure Storage to store thumbnails for all the articles. So let's dive in here. It wasn't generating new what's it called? You can see here, there's a block of time where it wasn't generating new thumbnails. And you can see where I did generate a bunch of new thumbnails. Now I'm worried that did it break? I think, yeah, these are older ones that are okay to let go. Yeah, these were already addressed. We can clear my poison queue here. So, and if we look at the website, there's my cache. I was about to say aspirify.com. That's not it. So I haven't had any new articles come through in a few days because there's a bunch of new articles that are going to come out today with the release. So we'll get those loaded up and in here later today. Hey, Mythin, hello. So where I want to go here, the content that we've been putting on this website has typically been some sort of a article, some sort of a either sample code or a tutorial or some commentary like news, and we've been adding those, and it's a nice set of content here. Couple things that I want to do to make this a little bit easier to deal with, to go through and interact with. I want to add a new category, right? So categories that I have right now, if I zoom in there: announcements, news, blog posts, tutorials, sample code, and there's also videos. And actually, videos isn't even a category. It's more of a content type. It's just if there's stuff that is a video, I put it over here in a videos collection, and they have a dedicated space up here in this mosaic. And there's dedicated space down at the bottom here where videos appear. So that even when they roll out of the latest news block here, they are still down here and available for folks to find the latest videos. And of course, right, you can dig in further and see all of the videos that we've collected about .NET Aspire. So we have these couple ways that we've organized and placed things, and I want to add a new category called discussions and start bringing in mentions from Hacker News and Reddit into that location, so that we have one place that'll kind of refer out to those. The trick with working with Reddit I don't think I can easily search Reddit. Right? I don't think there's a .NET Aspire specific community. But I think we need to look at the .NET community and look for .NET Aspire. Right? Which means then that I need an API that will go and search this. Right? Go ahead, search all of Reddit. And it's still like... And even this, what is Aspire.net? Like, really? Anyone tried Aspire? Like... And now we're out into, dear Lord. Like, what is all this? But .NET Aspire, .NET Aspire. So do I need to use the Reddit API to search this? So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to go through and load up and search Reddit. I thought there was a developer.reddit. Forgot the R. No. Reddit developer API. No. Liar. Shouldn't that say advertisement? Reddit API. Developers.reddit.com. All right. You need to first import, then instantiate, then finally invoke them. Okay. If the installer, blah, 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 apps will need to be granted permissions by moderators on all submitted Reddits. That's annoying. I don't want the... Right, I want to be able to do a search. Listings. No. On the public Reddit API site. Okay, sure. CAPTCHA, collections, emoji, flare, links and comments, listings. Search. The endpoint is a listing. All right, so it looks like we have a bit of a cursor here. Oh, and it looks like we have to do it on a specific subreddit. Or maybe that's optional, right? Hey, Napalm, happy time zone. There is a new .NET Aspire release today. Hey, programmer Jeff. With a link here. Anybody else really want to learn more about Aspire? I know a guy that wrote a video series about this. I know a guy. I'm a bit tired of these projects in the .NET ecosystem right now. Yeah. I'm not sure what the purpose of Aspire is when you compare all of them. Feels like somebody wanted Dapper, but .NET only. No. And then, yeah, David Fowler with the response. Yeah. And this person, Lloyd Atkinson, do they reply? No. So, it looks like we need to do a search, and it looks like we can all do, yeah, from the .NET subreddit. Any details what's making it online yet? So, the documentation is in a public repository. So, like, you can go look. It's out there. Right, if I bring that over here. The what's new documentation is publicly available out there. Anybody can go and find it and read it. So the repository is docs-aspire. You can find it. Okay, so it looks like we do have a search, but we're going to need, and there is RSS support. What do we have with the RSS? Right, if I can hit an RSS feed to discover and create some test entries, might be under C# and .NET, maybe, but just a basic search. Right, just a basic search. .NET, .NET, .NET. Right, just look in the past year. Sorted by relevance. That's in Blazor. .NET. That's not it. C#. That's somebody else's. I don't know who Pinoy programmer is. C#, .NET. Angular. AWS. So there's definitely more than one RSS endpoint here. A subreddit, a user, a multi-Reddit. What's a multi-Reddit? Oh, I guess it's multiple categories. Comment on a specific, submissions from a domain. RSS, Reddit, and you. Tell me more. Can we do the search? Yeah. Eight matches. Yeah, where is it? RSS feeds of search pages. You can make RSS feeds of Reddit searches. Just add .rss after search in the URL. Okay. That looks pretty cool. Okay. So I wouldn't need... So that would search all of Reddit for Batman. Okay. I like that. So let me go back to my .NET Aspire search. Right? If we set this up to run as a scheduled job, I probably would want to search only in like the past week. And if I do search.rss, right? Page not found. Womp womp. Is it like that? So I've got a 325K RSS file coming back. Look at that! That's a lot of goo to search through. An upvote filter also. Go back. Yeah, there isn't one, but what do we have here? Go get that. And let me open that in VS Code so I can get some pretty printing on that thing. Oh, look at that. It's beautifully hideous. Yes, I know. It's gigantic. So, like, format that. Fine, give me a formatter for XML. Sure. I trust Red Hat. They sound like nice people. Very gooey. You started using the Cosmos DB emulator. Had a bunch of cruft to make that work. Yeah, now it's in the box. There's a standard RSS Atom feed by the looks. There we go. All right. So let's see. What do we got for all this junk? Just give me one article here. Let's get things started. So Reddit, search results for .NET Aspire. So, right, here's an entry. Aros Research OS. That's not .NET Aspire. No, that's not .NET Aspire either. Here you go. This is the YouTube video we've already got. And okay, there's HTML and the link out to it. Isn't there a description that comes with this? They didn't put a description with it. That's not .NET Aspire either. It's like they've injected commercials in the middle of this. Like a dragon, pirate Yakuza. Yeah. .NET 8 Blazor with interactive assembly, render mode, and microservices in .NET Aspire. So that's one that I would consider taking. The lights will again sparkle in... No. Right? Yeah, I'm getting advertisements effectively in this. .NET Aspire and containers. Like, okay. I'm okay with some of this. I'm okay with some of this, but I clearly can't just say, go get the RSS. Right? I'm going to have to do something to filter what comes back for either links and things that we've already got and for relevance to .NET Aspire. Neither one is really a deal breaker. So let's see. Is the YouTube link? It's in the HTML. Could I use an LLM to analyze the results? Yes. But I think there's some sensible first steps that I can do to filter things out before before I start looking at bringing in an LLM. Is C# hard to learn as a beginner? No. There's object-oriented concepts that you're going to hit when you start learning C# that aren't terribly difficult to work through. The advantage you have with learning C# is the editors will give you code completion capabilities that help you with that. Not just code completion, but because there's static typing, you're kind of forced into seeing and using things that are forced to work together. To learn vectors, well, you're going into something that's going to be I mean, you can do that. It's a little bit. It's a little bit further down the pike than most folks go into C#. I'm okay with this. Now, there's an RSS document type that we can dig up and use. You don't find it hard? Good. Okay. Right. .NET RSS document. Right. Consuming an RSS feed with .NET Framework. Reading RSS feeds with .NET Core from Khalid. Yeah, there's a service model syndication object that will allow you to generate feeds. Oh no, that's reading. Okay, cool. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's head back to... Now, I'm going to do this in VS Code. Nope. Those are the bots that are running the stream right now. I actually put a key together that would clear for me. How is... I haven't turned on the keyboard cam in a while. Yeah, I don't... Where is it? No. What the heck is it? No. There it is. Get that keyboard cam working. Yeah, I thought it had moved. There we go. So we can turn on the keyboard cam. There it is. You made a game on Unity? Nice. And you have experience in C++ from when you were 10? That's fantastic. Yeah, go ahead, lean into that. But C# pretty easy to learn. I'm good on both of those. No. No. Don't do that. Get rid of that. Okay. Button. See, I set up a key here to clear my console. Where do I want to go? I want a branch here. And we're going to add Reddit. So we'll get .NET Aspire Reddit stuff. Hey, is it Wakar Ahmed asks, do I have any pet that distracts me when I'm working? The cat used to wander into the office every now and again and try and get my attention. He doesn't do that anymore. The dog likes to lay down and sleep in the bathroom here next to me. His snoring doesn't bother me, but they don't distract me too much. At the end of the day, he knows when the end of my day is coming, he'll come up and start nuzzling me here on the side of my chair. Yeah. All right. So I know what that looks like. Let's open VS Code here. And there we go. And I particularly want to work in VS Code today with some of the .NET Aspire features. And look at the purple, right? How you doing there on YouTube? Hello. I'm like keeping an eye on three things that are going on here. Occasional polling of Reddit for content is something that I should do inside of my Azure Functions project. Now, I've moved what were a couple of other services into Azure Functions so that like image resizing here is being done as a function that happens on a queue trigger, right? So we can bring all of these pieces together inside of Azure Functions without having to have a bunch of other containers out there running. Hey, Dr. Cox. Hello. Unesco with the Prime sub.
Janisku7 just resubscribed for 31 months. 31 month.
31 months. Thank you so much for that support. Really appreciate it. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. So this runs on a queue trigger, but I also have things out here that count the number of times that somebody comes through to an article, and this runs once every 30 minutes. It wakes up. Actually, it's once every 30 minutes. It wakes up and scoops up all of that data and saves it off into a visit counters record in the database. Not bad. Easy to do. So I think I want to add another function in here that will crawl those Reddit records. Now, I feel like I need not so much a queue for the Reddit records, but table storage. Another table that I can store. Here's the Reddit records that I received. Here's how I turned it into an Aspirify record, and whether or not it's been added to the website yet. Because my initial gut, I don't want to have the bot automatically add content from Reddit to the website. I don't have confidence in something that I haven't written yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. So let's add a new file here, and let's call this Reddit functions. Right? Give me a namespace there, if you don't mind. Thank you. Oh, do tell. What do we have here? It's already suggesting a whole bunch of code for me. I'm going to accept it. Let's take a look at what I put in here. An iLogger for those things. Yeah, I'm going to want an iLogger, sure. So we're going to receive an HTTP client. Go ahead, take a look-see. The AI is taking a look at my hat now. It didn't recognize the .NET Aspire logo earlier. Yeah, it didn't pick it up. Doesn't know what the .NET Aspire logo is. This doesn't know what function name is. And it's not giving me an autocomplete for that either. Oh, because it should be function. Alright, do that. And it's still... Developers, right? Developers, how you doing there? Jack Mickle? Jack Micklethwaite? Hello? Yeah, function is the isolated model, and we are in isolated models. I don't think I want iAction result there. This isn't returning. I don't want it returning anything. HTTP trigger. I don't want it on an HTTP trigger. I'd rather it be on a schedule. And I'm not going to a subreddit. I'm going to delete those for now. We'll get that updated in just a minute. C# trigger function. So it's going to go, it wants to go to a subreddit, going to new JSON. No. Let's delete this and see if we can get it to generate it for us. And I'm going to use Copilot edits. Can we move you to the other side? I work over here. Right? Can I put you over there? No. You insist on being on this side. I can't move you. That's annoying. Like, alright. Close that thing, move this over so we can see. I'll turn off the keyboard cam so we can interact with this. You've heard worse attempts? Jack Mickleth. Wait. Yeah. Really? We're just gonna grab everybody here? And I thought I turned off the keyboard cam. There it goes. I want to tell this to create a function that will search Reddit using the Reddit RSS search feature for the term .NET Aspire. Results should be added to an Azure table named Reddit search results. Tell me what you got. Go figure it out. So, Copilot's going to go out and figure out exactly how to write this thing. It's going to search for how to do RSS search on Reddit. Let's see what it comes up with. And then we'll tweak and tune it from there. Oh, I need to also tell it. I didn't tell it how to trigger. Let's see what we got. It put an HTTP trigger on it. Update this function to run on a trigger, a timer trigger. That checks for new content once an hour. I think that's fair, right? So, generate some more edits. The hat description was more there. It is. It is. All right, let's see what we've got here. So it's got a bunch of stuff up here for me to add. That's fine. Search Reddit. Timer trigger 00. Well, that's... Oh, it's on the 0th minute. So it's at the beginning of the hour. Okay, that's fine. Search RSS. Look at that. It got that right. And the search term .NET Aspire. I don't mind the parameterization there. That's nice. Okay. Sure. Try to do that HTTP client. It's going to do an X document parse. And look at that, creating the table client. Let's accept this. And let's see if we can get Copilot to clean it up a little bit more. You know? I really wish I could put Copilot on the other side. What's this? Runner debug? No, I don't want to do that. Well, hang on. That counter... Not counter. Right, doesn't this hit the table? Yeah, table client. So we can do that. And this is kind of mushy here. Title, link, description. Was that the syntax that it came back with? I don't think so. Let me go back and open the search RSS results. Let's see what we get here. So yeah, no, that's so it's going to look for items, right? But it's not items. They're entries. Right, so not quite right. So let's update that. It's suggesting that there's a title. Yep, title is good. Link. That's the Reddit link, and for the purpose of this, it's probably okay to carry that in. Let's call this, though, let's explicitly call this out as Reddit link so that we know it's a link to Reddit when we look at the table later. And quite frankly, I think this might be, it might be something that will turn into a real type here. Come here, you. You're not supposed to be running. And description. Well, I don't think there was a description. I don't think, right? I think we want to grab the content type. And the author, I think, is... Right, we want to pull the author's name right there. So let's see. Let's do... I'll leave it as description, but I'm going to grab content type equals HTML. You come back. So I'm giving it, see, I'm giving it some context. Set the description field to the content of the content type equals HTML element. Yep. Yep, that's what I want you to do. I'm glad you were able to understand Fritzese. That's a thing. Right. Now, if I didn't know how to go through and do this, this would be extremely valuable. The fact that it's taking a little bit of time here to do this edit is frustrating because I do know how to do that selection. That's the wrong one. Make sure that the correct content element is selected by adding the type equals HTML filter. Yeah, do that. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting.
I love it when a plan comes together.
It's still applying the edit, yeah. Content element equals content first or default, where type equals HTML. Yeah, that works. That works. You find that just copy pasting the errors on the console is faster and more effective? Really? Okay, so that gives me the description. I want to also add the author. Hey there. Adrian, LMM, welcome. Add the author from the entry as a new property in the table entity called author. Go figure it out. So. And it's giving me the red underlines because there's nulls that could be happening there. I think that's what it is. Which theme am I using? This is a Cyberpunk 2077 theme. There we go. So there's author, right? Author name value. Yeah. Cool. Right. And right. The format there, yeah, is wrong. These right, table entity. Hang on. Yeah, dictionary of values. That's the one that we want. So we can do this. No. Yeah, do that. So now these need to change to... Right? So we get this, and that, and over here, we're going to put like this. These need to be strings. So go ahead and make them strings. Jeez, oh man. You're going to go through all that nonsense just to say, hey, I'm going to put a quote around this. And these need to be commas. Like, that shouldn't have been this hard, but hey, it was. What else do I need? The table client will clean that up in just a second. Well, heck. Take a look at how we did it in here. Set the table client. No. Configure the table client using the standard table client setup used in the image resize functions. There we go. So I added image resize functions so that hopefully it picks up and says, oh, I'll just use it the same way. Which I could have just copied, pasted over. This is taking way too long. So we're getting a table service client injected. And then we're getting a table client for Redis search results. Yeah. I think that's right. Because up here, we receive a table service client. So we'll receive that, configure the table client, and add those. Okay. Not bad. It's going to just keep adding them each time we do a query. And we probably want to put a filter on this so that we're only getting new content at a certain point in time, right? So we're only getting new content for like the last day or so. And we'll want to dedupe those. So partition key, row key. I feel like we can get a little bit smarter about those. Let's make the row key the title. Let's get rid of this. Oh, heck. I'll dictate. Let's make the entries for our new table entity a little bit smarter, period. Make the partition key the month and day and year of the article that was submitted. And let's make the row key an HTML encoded version of the title text. That way those values are a little bit smarter. Have I given up on writing code? No, haven't given up on it at all. Just trying to use Copilot to optimize the way that I do some of these things. And see if it gives me some other ideas that I hadn't thought of. So, haven't given up on writing code at all. But the way that it takes some time generating these things that I know how to do makes me want to just write the code myself. And that's okay, right? It's a tool. Where does it fit in best? So, let's see what we have here. It gets the title, gets the updated date, and the title, it's done here. Is it updated? Is that the... Yep, updated. Okay. And it's going to parse that. Otherwise, it's now. I don't like that, but... Partition key. We can clean that up so it's a little bit nicer. And then the row key. Yeah, looks good. Accept that. Let's change this around so it's year, month, day, right? And yeah, that should work. No, make this URL encode. Yeah. Okay. Now let's see if we can get it to dedupe. Right? Before the new table entity is added to the table, comma, check to see if there are any matching entities with the same title or the same Reddit link. Period. If there are matching entries, do not add the entity to the table. All right, let's see what it comes up with. Right, because I don't want to go figure out the deduping logic. Like, go figure it out. Yeah. Code queries the table for existing entities with the same title before adding the new entity. And I've got a little prompt here that says how to handle duplicate entries. Let's see what that does. You need to sign into your Microsoft account to use. Isn't that what I was doing? Yeah. 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 Like, all of a sudden, hey, we're just gonna stop working. I two-factor all these Johns. Yes, Copilot is free for everybody to use, but for some reason it says I don't have access. Okay. Yes, go rerun that. Whatever. Hey, Code with Sean. Hello. If you use Copilot, your flow is broken. Yes, but I think there are places where I'm not particularly looking to be in a flow. Yeah, I thought I did that already. Okay. Now I've run into an... Oh, no. It's on a try catch. Okay. Let's see if we can get it to do that deduping again. Before the entity is added to the table, comma, check to see if there already is an entry for this Reddit article in the table. Period. If there is an entry, do not add another entity to the table. Let's see what it comes up with. Because I should be writing code? Why should I be writing code? Does it matter how the code is written? I could be typing the code. Does it matter? Does it make it less valuable if it's generated versus I type it? I just want my problem solved. I get to let this write the code while I talk to you out there. Right? If I was writing the code, how could I sip my coffee? There we go. It's going to try and get it for that partition key, and it has... I thought we updated this. Sure. So it's going to try to get that entity. And I don't like that we're working on an exception here. But I guess that's how we have, right? Don't use an exception to decide whether or not to add this entry to the table. Period. Instead, run a query and check to see if there are any entries returned. There we go. Right? I know how to write a query. It's something I haven't done in a while with Azure Table Storage. You go figure it out. All right, what do we have now? So it's not... What? Okay, there it is doing the query. If there aren't any entries, add the table. Add the entry to the table. Looks good. Cool. Okay. So I think now I've got a little bit better here. You've been trying to use ChatGPT to help you learn. It's been better than dealing with Stack Overflow and whatnot. I can definitely understand that. Can Copilot be used in that way? Absolutely. Right? Like, right? What's that do? So there is it explain? Is that the command? And it's going to explain what this is. And Copilot is very much tuned to writing code and can help you understand a little bit of what's going on here. Right? So that's kind of nice, right? But what does this highlighted line do? Line, no, that isn't the line that's highlighted. That isn't the line that's highlighted. That isn't the line that is highlighted. Please explain line 33, which I have selected. That's not line 33 either. There it is. You're a pain in the neck. Get it right next time. Line parses the response into an XDocument object. The XDocument class is part of the System XML link namespace and provides a way to work with XML data in a structured manner. That's right. Okay. Moving on. This looks like a good start. I also wanted to do a check to make sure .NET Aspire is mentioned in either the title or the content. I should advertise when I'm going to interact with Copilot. I've had my challenges with it. So, add an extra check on the title or HTML content to ensure that .NET Aspire is mentioned before deciding to keep the article. Let's go! How you doing there, Urban Blaster? Let's see. Come on. I'm almost done my coffee already. What the heck? And then we'll kick this off in a debugging scenario, and we'll take a look at what it finds, what it adds, and start going through next steps of actually qualifying and putting this content into Aspirify. So, let's see what we get here. If the title contains .NET Aspire or content element contains .NET Aspire. That's not bad. I wanted to do a little bit of cleanup on my code here. I'd like it to remove... See how I've got a bunch of nested ifs? Reformat this loop so that it doesn't have nested if statements. I don't know if I said guard clauses, but... Let's see if it figures it out. Oh, I think I've anchored it. Logger, log information, continue. Logger, log information, continue. Nice. So I've got a little bit more of the test end process there, and that simplifies, right, a little bit of the processing so we can clearly see the checks that it's doing before. Does it know what loop to refactor based on what line the cursor's on? Yeah. I think we're ready to take this for a spin. I'm going to set this to run at startup. Yeah. Let's give this a shot. Run and debug. Close up the Copilot. There it goes. So, running and debugging from here inside of Visual Studio Code. Pretty good experience. We should be able to... Looks like it's thinking really hard. It always is. How you doing there, Cecil? Hello. Let's put a breakpoint here. Put a breakpoint down here. All right, it's starting up. Yep. Any chances of phishing in VS Code when we install any third-party extension? Installing extensions from the marketplace are inspected by Microsoft, so you shouldn't have that. If you install code from a third party without using the Microsoft Marketplace, you certainly could do that, yes. That could happen if you're installing from an untrusted source. So, let's take a look. See here. We did not hit our breakpoint. So, what happened? All right, so what happened? What do we got? Take a look at the... Well, there's an error reported here on the functions. Error occurred while searching Reddit. Tell me more. 403 blocked. Reddit functions line 32. Okay. Well, that's going to be fun. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. Just take care of one thing. And good. All right. No issues there. I have a sneaky suspicion that we're going to need a credential to log in here. Right? Like, hey, you need to be a Reddit authorized whatever. Additionally, we should probably do a create if not exists, right? On that table. Let's go back over to the Reddit docs. Nope, don't need you. No. Protected RSS feeds are any feeds that require you to be logged in. Yeah. Most useful to novelty accounts and bot operators. Okay. So if we go back... Okay. So how do I get API access? You can use the Reddit data API subject to our developer terms, API terms, to request commercial access, research approval, or to reach out to the team. Contact us here. It's not commercial. Clients must authenticate with a registered OAuth token. We can and will freely throttle or block unidentified data API users. Well, they did. They did. They blocked me. You must include a user agent. Change your client's user agent string to something unique and descriptive, including the target platform. Okay. So let's add a user agent. Where is it? Here. Right? Stop. Add a user agent string to indicate sure. They wanted something like this. Did they want a version number on that, John? Yeah, they did. All right, fine. Net.aspirify. And let's put the version as the, yeah, something like that. By you, C# Fritz. See if it likes that. Right? That's me being nice. Right, I said stop, right? It stopped? Yeah. Go ahead, try it again. Let's see what we get. Reddit API drama. Always drama with Reddit. Always drama with Reddit. Yeah. Let's see what it finds. Right, because once we can start mining data from Reddit, then we can add those checks to have it start adding it in and giving it the new discussion type there. What do we got? The format of value is invalid. Really? Really? Oh, I don't need an extra user agent on that. Restart. Restart it. I think I've got it. There we go. Call stack starting up. That's about as bad as nullable value must have a value. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Exception occurred. Format of value is invalid. Who's telling me that? That's a system format exception. Well, what format should it be? Right? Where'd it go? Yeah. Never lie about your user agent. You must remove any user content that has been deleted from Reddit. Uh-oh. When a user account is deleted, you must delete all related user info. Uh-oh. Hello.
Steve just resubscribed for 8 months, and every month worth it less than 3.
Thank you so much, DJ Deepex. How you doing there? This could be annoying. This could be annoying. Because I'm going to need to check to see if data on Reddit is good and do a cleanup. Yeah, I think you're right, Eddie. Yeah. No, I'm not running that many. But I can't even get past this format. Take a look. Isn't there... I thought there was a user agent. Yeah. Right, and that's a... Right, that's a property, isn't it? Nah, it's a get. Okay, so go back to adding the user agent header. And it says that it's invalid format. Copilot, help me out. Stop all that stuff. Hide that. .NET tells me this user agent string is not in a valid format. Fix it. So you just don't use their API? No, I'm going to use their API as much as I can so that I'm a good internet citizen. Because here's the thing, I know people are scraping Aspirify. Like, I know this. Particularly, I know the folks at Facebook are scraping it. You did nothing. You literally did nothing. Try it again. Failed to build. Really? Why? It did something to my braces here. No. Is it Control Shift I? What is? Go do it. There it is, starting. Good. Give me something here. Come on. Azure Functions right down here. Right? Come on. Yeah. I want to see it. Don't give me that. The format of value is invalid. Why is it invalid? What was that one? What does .NET consider to be a valid format for a user agent string when using the HTTP client? Go find that. And now I'm out of coffee. User agent product / product version comment. That's not the format. That's not going to work. There's a parse add. That's no. I think it needs default request headers first. Give it a shot. I clicked the button. What are you doing? No. Yeah, it thinks it's still... Do it again. You shouldn't have to parse that. Here's the string. Do it. All right. Dashboard. Good. Notice I'm getting the indentations of the child resources. That's kind of nice. There's also language overrides now in the dashboard. So that's cool to see also. Format is invalid. No. That's really annoying. Can I simply point the homepage to and no slash page? Sure. Yeah. I'm not quite sure why you would do that. But yes, you can do that. And you can set the default. Well, you don't want a default page. That's quite annoying. How can you use different formatted user agents with .NET's HTTP client? No, parseAd isn't working. Request headers user agent. So if we take that, oh my goodness, Warm Peas.
Warm Peas just resubscribed for 22 months. Hello, friends.
Hello. Well, that's what I wanted. Well, yeah, down here. And this is suggesting setting a new request. Right? You go away. Yeah. Yeah. And can I just change this to request? No. Yeah, client send async. Client. Yeah, like that. Mm-hmm. Response string. Yep, there we go. And then I could just make this. Let's see if we even get there. Try add without validation. There's a try add without validation. I'm not familiar with that. I'm trying to stop. Right. Oh. Well then. What are you doing? What are you doing down there? You're not supposed to be doing things. Stop. I'm clicking the stop button. Stop. So roll this back. See, I don't use HTTP client that frequently, so some of these other things I'm not familiar with. So try add without validation. Makes perfect sense. Now, why didn't it play that sound effect? All right, here we go, right down here. Come on. Yeah. It didn't do the oh my. And I don't know why. So, do we have any errors over here? Nothing. Did it do anything over here? Reddit search results. And it didn't place any data. It also didn't report any errors. It also didn't hit any breakpoints. But it clearly got to there, so it skipped this breakpoint, should have gotten to this breakpoint, and didn't do anything. I don't think it's going to find this because there's a namespace on that. But I'm not getting any debugging on that stuff or the logs. Let's go do it in Visual Studio Code. Yeah, it tried to play it. Yep, that's the right output. I'm gonna have to debug that later. So we're down in here. I don't think it's finding this. Unit integration test? Yes and no. Right, I can pull this out and give it that test search results and have it test searching through that. Absolutely, we could do that. Let's see what we get. We should hit that breakpoint. Everything's starting in the background. All right, there's the function started. There we go. RSS feed, good. There it is. And it should go on a for each on the entries. No. It's that it's the namespace. So I like what Jimmy Scott is recommending here on YouTube. Let's pull some of this parsing out and put it into a unit test. So we can make sure that it's actually finding that content properly. So I'm going to open up my test branch here. And right now, this is mostly testing the website. Let's bring the functions down here. I'm going to add a folder for Reddit. And let's take... just gonna move some things around a bit here. Okay, so make sure the table exists. Go get the content, and this block right here, right? It's parsing that string. Let's take this whole bit and pull this out as a static function that we can test against, right? Yeah, this is going to be just a little bit wonky. That's better, thank you. Do I want it to return a table entity or something else? Public static table entity. No, not create an entity. Actually, it's going to be a collection of table entities. And that's not how you spell static. Right? IEnumerable table entity. Parse Reddit search results. Right? No. String response. Paste in all that other stuff. We can pass in an iLogger. That's fine. And right, we're returning a collection of those. Alt entities. Yep, there we go. And let's just say alt entities add. Return out entities. Cool. All right. This is doing a table client check. We could publish this. We could put this together as an extra method to pass in. Right? No, we're going to pass in 2 strings and return a Boolean. Check for duplicates. Yeah. So then I'll take this and make it if check for duplicates, and we're going to pass in partition key, row key. Yeah. So if there are not any duplicates, it already exists. And then we're going to create the entity down here. I think that's right. Can you post a link to the user group meeting? Sure. Yeah, I think we're missing this. What do you have coming up? Demystifying authentication in ASP.NET Core. That sounds good, and that's a virtual meetup that folks can tune into online. Let's see here. So I'm going to then be able to take yeah. We're going to be able to say var entities. I think that's it. Am I going to have to do add entity? I'm going to do that as a for loop. Right. And jump over here and make this add entity. And like that. Oh, don't forget the async. Thank you. Okay. So I think we've got a good refactoring here. Now I can test this and give it that search result, right? To run against. So that's not how you spell that. Parse Reddit RSS. Rename that file. Thank you. Public static, read only. Sample RSS feed. equals. Give me that C# raw literal string. And I'm going to open that search RSS. Grab some of the content from this. Do tests with Copilot and see what it suggests. After I give it the sample code here, I will. Right, let's go somewhere down here. I'm into way too much of that one. Okay. That's probably enough. That should be over one. Just. Okay. Here we go. It's not test, it's fact. This is interesting. It wants to create a mock logger. Sure, go ahead, using mock. Microsoft extensions logging, sure. Reddit functions, yep, we're using that. Logger object, and we're just going to return true. So, yep, true, there is no duplicate. That's fine. And it's expecting to find some of these other things. I don't think it should. Let's see what it does. Right? Test Explorer, go ahead, go find my tests. Why don't you see this one? Go build that. Right, why doesn't it see... Oh, because it's internal. Alright, run that. What do we get? I didn't even have to do /test. It just found it. What? Reddit functions does not contain yes it does. Public static. Reddit functions. That's fine, but sure it does. Huh? Do that again. Right, it references my functions. Run that test. Add a entity. I hate misspellings that it didn't correct. Don't like it. All right. Unexpected XML declaration. Must be the first node in the element. It is. Do I need to do that? Wow. It's supposed to line up with the end. Try that again. Right, that's a problem with my sample data. So what? There we go. Didn't find any results. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm going to pin this down here. Unpin that because I'm just working back and forth between these two. And I could try doing the live unit testing. The playlist editor to okay, sure. Yep, that one. Sure. So that's going to run as I'm making changes here in testing. Did I know the background music is really low? It usually is. Better? Let me see. All right, so that should be running. Now, why is it saying not run? All right, so where I think it's erroring here. Yep, update this to use the correct namespace. Yeah, that. I got it. So, right, do I just put that there like that? Come on, unit testing. Build completed. Run the test. This isn't inspiring. Okay. Further along, value cannot be null, parameter S. This is on 95. Parameter S. So it's running. No, live unit testing, you go away. In parse Reddit RSS, line 92. No, that's... on the date time. I bet it's these. And I bet we need to namespace those also. Now, there is a way to configure this to... yeah, run a sound. That's a sound. Wait, I thought I just pasted those things in here. You saw me paste it in here. There. There. Save. No, not you. Value. Okay, I got one result back. It expected 5. I don't think it's supposed to have 5. I think the test that it generated is wrong. If I do say it should be 1... I think that's it. Okay. Looks better. Let's take a look at some of the other values that should be coming out of there. The author and description should contain... So... let's see, what do we have here? Here it is. So the description should include the YouTube link. Right? Check that. The description... yeah. That's the title. Uh-oh. Go ahead. Yeah, for some reason, the background sound effects aren't running. And I can't get them. And I have an alternative for that in the future. And it still doesn't know what the .NET Aspire hat is. Let's also check that the author is... this? Check that the author... yeah. That's right. Okay, it didn't find the YouTube link in the description because it found submitted by. Did it not bring back the entire... let's take a look. Take a look at this. Take a look at that. Sounded like it came outside. Nice. Hamsters redeem. Hang on. All right. Here we go. Entities, element at 0, yeah. Right, 0. And show me the results. There's the description. Yeah, give me that as an HTML visualizer. And it only has submitted by it's not. Do that again. Hang on. Entities, 0, results. Give me the text visualizer on that. That should be in there. Like, it should be returning that. So if I grab that value, let's throw it in the immediate window. There's the YouTube. It should be in there. Yeah, it was Discord. Somebody dropped me a message. Wait a sec. Do I have that contains backwards? That was me. The string to be inspected, and then that's the value that we're looking for. Fine. It works. Parameter value at the end was different. Ah, okay. Well, I think we have the parse for the Reddit RSS working correctly now. So now if I run this, it should start to load up my Reddit search results collection over here. Now that we have the little unit test to inspect it. Got about an hour and a half until the .NET Aspire community stand-up. So the functions should be running out there. I don't see any content yet. But I do see errors. I don't like that. Row key parameter is out of range. That should have been URL encoded for the row key. Where'd it go? Yeah, I thought I changed this to URL encode. So it makes it dashes and all the things. Do it one more time. How do we deploy to Azure Function? I have it all configured on GitHub Actions, and it just packages up and sends it out using AZD. Yeah, it wasn't escaping the characters. So, do we have data? We've got data! Woohoo! All right. So this is good. Interesting that there's only 6 that popped up there. But I am being very strict about you looking for the keywords .NET Aspire. Maybe when I check the title. Let's just search for in the title Aspire. Or the content element contains it. Yeah, that's not going to run again until I restart it. So I can restart it because I have it run at startup. There's a restart button here on the dashboard, so it'll restart. I don't see any new content. You found yesterday a vendor that stores everything, including the MS Word formatting HTML when you save things in a free text field. Yeah. I might want to filter some characters in the author column. I think we're okay. What do you have in mind, Mythin? Mike, my mic sounds scratchy? My mic sounds scratchy. Does it? It didn't change anything. Let me think. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. Yeah, this should be an and. Restart that. What do we got? No new content. I don't think it's actually patching. Rerun it. Hey, Ninja Ola! Have we released it yet? Have we released what? No. Accidental beard brush? Even then, I've got a pop filter on this. So, you won't hear it. No, not finding anything. I'm going to close that. Chunk that down, I guess. So I'm just looking for the keyword Aspire. No, I think I need to restart it. So if the title doesn't contain Aspire and the content doesn't contain Aspire, I think I want to have that be an or. So I'm working on with the last nightly build of .NET Aspire 9.1. The new versions should appear very soon out on NuGet for us to be able to install. My current mental state. What? No, still no content. Let's take a look at the search and see what it actually is bringing. Right? Like, if I just go to get rid of the quote at the beginning, .NET Aspire. Well, that's dandy. Let's do a search that goes, so do that again. .NET Aspire, that gives me the RSS. If I get rid of that, this is telling me all time. Tell it to go for the past year. So let's add type equals posts and t equals year. It's also putting a GUID on the end to break it. So let's add those into our query. Right, what do we got here? And type equals post, and t equals year, and ID equals, and right, let's do GUID, new GUID. See if we get some new content. Go ahead, restart that, John. Is it a good idea to juggle 2 DB contexts in your Blazor Web API project? One for identity-related stuff and another for my application-related stuff. I think that's a fine separation of concerns. I think that's fine. Yeah, adding the rando token to force the... There we go. Now we got a couple more. What is Aspire.net, where it was flipped? Right, so back up here. Get Aspire solution just by solution name. That was 1 day ago, and it's not... That's not showing up in here. Is there paging we need to be doing with this? Like, I think we're okay. That's a decent question, High Tech Redneck. How many projects, small, medium, large, total, does everyone have that they actively work on weekly, if not daily? I have SharpSight, Aspirify.net, Charlie that I'm working on also. Weekly, I don't work on that every day. And there's another project out there called MyTag that I haven't touched in a few months that I need to get back to. Changing focus, changing tracks is hard. There is a new Aspire release today. That's right, Code Pression. Yep. I think it does make sense to separate the auth-related stuff from the rest of the app, so that you don't inadvertently have folks jumping into those objects, and you can isolate it a little bit. It also gives you the freedom then to take that entire entity framework context and move it to a separate database. So, a practical .NET Aspire demo project from 8 months ago. Yep, there it is. I'm okay with this. That's my timestamp. We should probably... No, I can take that partition key and work it backwards, I guess. Or, right, I can save that publish date. Save the publish date. Why not? Right? Add the publish date. I want the updated. I don't care about that. Hello.
Chuck Beasley just
Chuck.
resubscribed for 30 months.
How you doing, Chuck? Thank you so much. 30 months. Really appreciate the support. Okay. So now I've got these Reddit articles. I need to turn them into discussion items that are going to appear on the website. And we've only got about an hour until the .NET Aspire community stand-up. Is the What's New article updated? I don't see the 9.1 branch here yet. Yeah, I don't see it here. There we go. The new versions are out there. So the NuGet packages are out there. I don't think the blog post is live yet. No, not yet. But there's a blog post coming out in just a little bit. So, let me delete the contents of the table and let's rebuild this. Right? Yeah. Select all, delete. Goodbye. Go rebuild it. So then, once I have this content, I need to get it into Aspirify. What does it look like as an Aspirify article? Right? We're going to call it an Aspirify discussion entry. What's that? What does that look like to the user interface? There we go. Now we have the publish date popping up. So and right now this looks like a good filter to just say, you know what, go ahead and add these. And the new entries in here are rare. So but is it accurate, right? We've got that .NET Aspire and containers. Loading containers at runtime. See, that's not loading. We're saying type equals posts, and the time period is the last year. But it doesn't find it. Let's hit that endpoint again. Right? Come on now. What? There it is. And we're going to replace this. And it gives me a search RSS. Really? You're not going to open that? Now, I'm looking for loading containers at runtime. Nope, it's not in there. Or no. The RSS isn't finding. So if I get rid of the type on this. No. And it's got a bunch of this other junk. No. So that doesn't feel reliable. Anyone else want to learn more about us? Well, that's further back than a year, so it's not going to find it. Why am I not getting these articles? Why is that? And if I want to do all time, sure looks like there's some paging going on there. Let's go back to the search over here. Here, RSS support. Um, RSS feeds of search pages. Right, here's where we were before. Sort equals new, T equals all. Let's put that on there. Right? T equals all. Wasn't there a type thing there? No. What is restrict SR? I don't know. More? Yeah. Go find that runtime thing. No. 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 It's just these two entries. Do something like that. 323. No, that's not it. Yeah, what search features? Sure. Comment search, flare search, search within communities, manual filtering. Probably want to turn this on. It's probably always important to do sort equals new. Okay. $314 this time. No. Can't find it. Off to meetings. Have a good one there, Sean. So there's something else. Like, this is doing .NET plus Aspire. It shouldn't be that. Where'd it go? 314, it's the same content. $314, same content. And there's an ILD here also. CLD and ILD. What are those? Turn safe search on. Yeah. Ad start in 30 seconds over on Twitch. Darn it. And it's also not giving me the why I won't use. Right, if I change this to all. Oh, and there was a and sort equals new. Right. Right, so 10 items in the table right now. I'm waiting to see the browser open over here. There it is. I don't think it's going to find too many more. Ads are running. Okay. Yeah, found one more. Yeah. That one it didn't have before, but now we do. But it's not even coming out in the search results. Like, how am I supposed to consider those search results valid if it's not giving me the same thing coming back on the API that it has here, right? This one, can someone ELI5 .NET Aspire? I don't have that. Yeah. And if I change this to the RSS feed, I get 2.7K. No. That's not in the results at all. Is there some sort of paging that we're missing in here? There's the full search ID. And then an alternate. And there's like 2 articles. And the alternate, yeah. Or do I go to the website and try and scrape? Hey, Netrunner 1987, good morning to you. Johan with the big dancing bots, hello. I really don't want to scrape this. Like, this is posted twice here. Camardigan? Hello. Good to see you. Why? So I'm trying to search Reddit for new articles about .NET Aspire programmatically, and it's not finding anything. It's not finding the content that I want. We definitely want type equals posts. Go back over to here. That's the alternate. If I grab self here, so now that gives me the full 320K. But that explain it like I'm 5 article is not there. Yeah, I mean, I'll try putting the... where'd it go? Sort equals new. And then it gives me 2.8K when I put the sort on it. So I'm trying to search Reddit for the terms .NET Aspire. There's an RSS feature to this where you can change it to search.rss. But not all of the articles are returned. That's frustrating. Now, the other way to look at this is if we think about Google Alerts. So I've already got a search that goes after .NET Aspire. Right? And it does find content on Reddit. So the other way that I could approach this is look at this content. No, it didn't have any filters on. I was telling it, look at content up for all time, and it wasn't finding it. I can hit this, find that Reddit content, and specifically call it out. Right? That's one approach. I can create a new feed. And instead, sure. How many? All results. Deliver to RSS feed. And now I can go right to this RSS feed from Google. But this doesn't have all the content either. Hey, King Dimitri. So yeah. So how do we go get this stuff? There is an API. I could hit the API. I don't want to hit the API because that RSS feed sure looks like it should work. But I feel like I'm going to have to use this because their API is not... Their RSS is not complete. Can we just call it complete? We're also going to see that cross-posting error. There's a logical error that's shown right here between these two posts. Why I won't use .NET Aspire for now. Like, Adventurous Salt, and then this is Aaron on the web. So, this is the same link posted to Reddit twice by two different people. Is that why that's not showing up? Because of the link? No, it says posts. Post. Developers. So, thank you for the follow. You ready for the Aspire package update? Oh, yeah. You can get it now. It's available. It's on NuGet. They're out there. There should be a blog post going out. Don't see it yet. And the what's new over here, that'll be built and deployed soon. Let me move on with the feature and we'll figure out how to tune the acquisition of Reddit content. Now that I have an initial load of content, I don't need to go back and tell it go find content for all time, right? Right, we can tell it to go back the past week. Interesting, it didn't update the... There we go. Yeah, T equals week we can do. And find just new content when this runs. Okay, so I have those results being dumped into a table. Closes the solution in excitement. Go for it. Yeah, absolutely. So actually, if you look at the Aspirify website right now, I put a comma instead of a dot here. If you go to the bottom, you can see I'm running Aspirify.net right now is running with a preview version. Come on now, zoom in so it wraps. There it is. .NET Aspire 9.1 Preview 1. And this is working very good out here on the website. It was actually pre-rendered 2 days ago when I was working on this. So, so let me add, I was going to add another category called discussions. Because not only do I want to put Reddit posts in there, I also want to put Stack Overflow posts and start loading that up. So down here in Aspirify Common, I believe is where I have my categories. Is that where I put it? Article category. Where are they? I thought I had a collection of categories somewhere. Right? Really? I'm going to look in the admin area. I forget where I put this. It's been that long since I've written this. Admin, article edit. There's a list of categories that it loads up here. Why I no see this? Title, author, category. Categories, all categories. You. Come on back. There it is. And I also had this idea of testimonials. That isn't a thing. Let's call this discussions. There we go. Yeah. So that should also load up in the layout. Yep. So we should get discussions loading up in there. I don't want to add discussions to the top mosaic. Yeah, thank you for the link, Genescu. So I need some way to put those articles now into the discussions. Do I add them directly? Or do I have some sort of admin review process? And what does the thumbnail look like for a discussion? Need to figure those little bits out. But I should see a discussions tab pop up here now. So, do I automatically add Reddit discussions? I could. But I feel like that's a nightmare waiting to happen. So categories, ooh, why isn't that showing up? Because I didn't add it to the all categories. That should hot reload. No. Restart the website. Bet you it's in output cache. Let's go take a look. Output cache. Yep. You go away. Rebuild that, John. There it is. And we don't have any entries in this category yet. What happened here? Stand by. Now we're good. Good, 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 good. All right. So, yep, rebuild that, John. Absolutely. I do. I wear my Philly on my sleeve. So, I could bring them in and display them over here. I could actually reach directly into that Reddit collection and display them. Wouldn't be terrible. Right? But I need a way to display them on the front page when there's new entries that should go on the front page that came out of Reddit. Hey, that's cool. All right. I'm not downtown. I'm in the suburbs, but Montgo representing over here. So, okay already. Let me see. Category page. Right, and it does a for each block on these. Adding thumbnail, title, author. So I could do a slightly different format if it's Reddit content. Have a good one, High Tech Redneck. No. We're all right. It wouldn't be hard. It would be a little, and it wouldn't get into the main RSS feed from Aspirify. The easiest way for me to solve this is to migrate them into Aspirify typical articles like I have that are saved in the database. I think I have all the things for this that I want. It's not clear how Reddit gets a thumbnail, right? Like, this doesn't, the description here, right, there's why choose .NET Aspire over Docker Compose, and then there's that discussion. How do you do integration testing? And the HTML that comes out. There's just a div class MD, so I could grab that. And turn that into the description that we show. I've also got to do this dedupe on things like links to the YouTube feed, like this, right? I've already got this link. Ooh, don't do that. Somewhere else. So maybe there is a migration process that takes things from Reddit and puts them into Aspire articles. What did AWS add to S3? Storage tables? Okay. What can we do here? What do we want to do here? I could take... I could parse this content looking at HTML and look for the link text. Take a look at that URL and see if I already have that URL. And if it's YouTube, we know how to parse and identify the YouTube ID in there. Okay. So I think we've identified that we do need a queue to review and decide to ingest content from Reddit. let me do this. I'm going to go get my... It's not a water bottle. I'm going to get my water... It's a Yeti. What the heck? Consider yourself muted. I'm gonna go get my Yeti, and I will be right back in just a minute or two here, and we'll talk about setting up a queue for these so that admin can review and copy them in as new content, and we're not gonna have this done for today, but I'll finish it later tonight, I guess. And we'll roll this out. But there should be new content coming live for .NET Aspire any minute now. All right, give me just a minute. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Here we go. When I'm away, I should set my background to the blue screen of death? Nah. Come on now. And ads kicked in while I was away. That's so nice of them. That's so nice of them. All right. I think we've got some ideas, right? What? Let's see. I need some sort of a admin screen to allow me to take these, as these Reddit discussion elements arrive, and move them into proper AspireFi.net articles. At some point, that screen will become the exception, not the rule, right? At some point, we'll have this tuned and automated enough that we're confident just letting the content flow through, and that this crawler that we built is identifying good content and can move things across. We'll get there, but today is not that day. Instead, I'm going to build a screen quickly that allows me to look at this content and copy it over. Oh, did you see Twitch's lawsuit against the Russian oligarchs? Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Twitch has been fined by Russia for more than all the money in the world put together. Oh, this is so good. Humor me for a minute here. Twitch, no. Really? Find more money than, yeah, just Twitch find more money. Here it is. Oligarch's son got Twitch fined more than all the money in the world. Really? Really? Go away. No, I didn't click that. I clicked close. I don't care about the coolest gifts. So, this kid, his account was shut down in 2022 after Russia invaded Ukraine. U.S. government imposed sanctions on some Russians. In a worldwide sanctions invasion, really? The Russian oligarch attempted to avoid those sanctions, so his account was suspended, adhering to sanctions required by the United States to cease payments to Russian streamers. Twitch informed Russian streamers of this in March of 2022. So he sued Twitch in a Russian court in June and October. So Twitch calls it a violation of terms of service because if you're going to fight them, you need to fight them in the United States. The second court, though, decided, citing Russian law created to counter sanctions, that Twitch and Amazon violated his rights by suspending and demonetizing his account, which the U.S. government required. The Russian court demanded Twitch restore the account or pay a compounding penalty. Twitch hasn't reinstated the account, and it's 100,000 rubles for each day that account is not reinstated, and it doubles each week without limit. Because the penalty doubles each week, it purportedly now is larger than all the money in the world. Yeah. Yeah. It's unjustified on any measure and is wholly disproportionate to the less than $2,000 in revenue generated by his account when it was active. Yeah. So, yeah. Right. So, Twitch and AWS are in the legal fight of a lifetime in a Russian court that they aren't allowed to pay because of U.S. government sanctions on Russia. Oops. So, on paper, Russia is now the richest country on earth because Amazon and Twitch are being required to pay them more money than everybody has put together. Amazon, you're a $1 trillion company? Not anymore, because a Russian oligarch demands all of that and everybody else's money. Because your little $2,000 a month Twitch stream can't be paid because of American sanctions on Russia. Good luck. Good luck. Where can you buy the cap? Nah, it's not available for sale. No, I had it custom made. So, all right, I need to, I'm going to start adding an admin screen to allow us to create discussion entries from the Reddit. Let's see what Copilot can do for us. Shall we? So I'm going to go into admin and no, don't do it that way because it creates a funny file. Let's call this Reddit article Q, right? I don't know. .resor, because we're creating a Blazor page, right? And we're going to need to put, yep, we're going to put some of these on it. I don't think we're going to put all of them on it. Admin, Reddit Q. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, I guess. Sure. No, I don't need that. Don't need that either. Or that. I don't think I need you either. We're not pre-rendering. You need to be an admin. Yeah. Reddit article Q. This page will allow admins to review Reddit discussions and choose to add them to Aspirify. Easy enough. Task, it's a table entity. I don't want to return a table entity. I should actually have, like, a Reddit discussion. And even then, I'm going to want, like, IEnumerable. Yeah, get Reddit discussions. That's probably enough. Reddit discussion. What do we got? Title, URL. I don't know. Oh, I didn't save the URL there anywhere, did I? I never saved the URL for these things. Oh, Fritz. How'd you miss out on that? That's fine. Let's put HTML description here. Yeah. We'll need to figure that out. I need a URL for these things. Entry, there's the content HTML. That link. That's not right. Entry, link, href. There it is. That's the one right there. I don't know what that is. Right, so this is... These are advertisements is what these are. Right? But I want that link. Yeah. nuts. Lots of creators have these cute comic style avatars on their social media, or those AI generated. An artist created mine. Does the Spire 9 one remember the start-stop state of resources? I don't think it remembers the state, but the explicit start allows you to control how it starts. Let's add here. No. Check that the URL is set from the entry. Is that the right one? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's actually like make sure that's a thing, because that won't work. Look at me doing a little test-driven development here. Would it be possible to make your own state management? I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't compile yet. Back to the Test Explorer, run that. Good, it fails. Oh, wait a sec. Back to the test. Yeah, because as the row key, this should be Earl encoded. Right, Earl encoder, default encode. Wasn't the test I was expecting to fail, but yes, that's correct. It failed. Really? Really? Where'd it go? Row key. Web utility Earl encode. Yeah. Get that thing fixed. There you go. Now it doesn't have that other one. Aspire has events, so you could hook them up on Start dynamically. Yes. It does. Okay, so now let me go add the URL. I still have BattleNet running from when I was looking at Overwatch earlier today. In here. Add the URL from the link included. Yeah. Fine. Right? Isn't that where it's pulling from? Should be the href. Get from the href of the link element. Yeah, okay. Sure. No. No. Come here, Copilot. Fix this to fetch the value from the link elements href attribute. There we go. There we go. That's what we wanted. Test Explorer, rerun. Got it. All right, so now we have URLs. I'm going to need to rebuild the content that I have in the what's it called? In the current table, but that's okay. Is there a way to tell Aspire on startup to not launch all the web windows? You just want to see the dash. It should only launch the dashboard. In the launch configuration for your individual applications, you can set these to launch browser false. It should force it not to run. But it shouldn't be launching. When you launch, you should be only launching the app host. So you just started Aspire and was greeted by out of memory? No. All right. So now I have URLs to go with it that I can use to build the actual content that we need to push across into the Aspire queue. So I started a repository entry over here. I need a way to get Reddit discussions. No. Read entries from the, what's the name of the table? Is it the Reddit discussions table? Reddit search results table. And convert them to, there you go. I don't have a table name for that. That's a good idea. We should create one of those. No. Reddit's search results. That's not the name of it. That is. Right? Yep. There we go. The function should probably use the same table name, which yep. So let's change this. Table names. There we go. Cool. Launch settings JSON? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You like the resource relationships also. There's a bunch of other sorting and filtering you can do now on the dashboard that they've been tuning and adding to make it a little bit easier, a little bit cleaner to be able to sort through when you have a lot of entries on there. So, all right, let's update this. Oh, sure. Create a continuation token. That's fine. No, there is not a Reddit discussion entity. Let's create one of those, I guess. Sure. Go find it. This needs to inherit from table entity. Come on. Yeah. Fine, make it iTable entity and we'll call it a day. We'll get rid of this. Really? Put a semi on that, take this, do one of these, implement that, boom. Back over to this thing. That goes away. This doesn't know how to do that, so we're going to do... No. We're going to create an explicit in Reddit discussion entity. Which also doesn't have its other fields. How we doing here? We're just about ready to cut over for the .NET Aspire community stand-up. We're going to join. I'm going to be co-hosting that event today with our friend John Galloway. And we're going to be talking to Damian Edwards and David Fowler in just a few minutes. And I'm keeping an eye open for it. It's 2 pages long now. Oof. That's a lot. All right. So we need a couple extra fields here. That's fine. Right? Like, we can just bring those over, right? No. Reddit link. Oh, wait a sec. I've already got Reddit link. I don't need URL. Oh, are you kidding? That's not a thing. All right. Description, yep. Published is going to be a... Sure, do it as a date-time offset. There we go. And then the author, and then the URL. I can add the conversion in here, and we'll be ready to go. I need to wrap this up. So I'm going to add... Why do I have a LUT config? Live unit testing config, that's what that is. Add that. Spirify unit test. I'm going to add a Spirify web components. Data. Fantastic. And push that out so it's now available on my repository, so I can tweak and tune, work on that later, and I will work on that and get back to you. I'll post some updates in the Discord as that comes along. But it's time for me to run, because we're going to join the .NET Aspire community stand-up. Thank you so much, Eric. Really
Eric
appreciate it.
Still in just resubscribed for 20.
But I gotta run.
Hi, Jeff.
Hello. We're heading over to the .NET Aspire community stand-up. It's on the Visual Studio channel. If you're watching on YouTube, it's on the .NET channel. So we're going to start the raid, and I will see you over there in just a minute, all right? Have a fantastic rest of your day wherever you might be. If I don't see it on the Aspire Community Stand-Up, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care. Test. Test, test. Test. Test.
James Newton King, like sharing all the stuff. Oh my goodness, what is somebody who what? Now it's a party.
Hey, Frank.
Jeff,
Hello.
the blog post just went live. Just sharing some of the. So I mean, gosh, I don't know where to start. The release resource relationship. Look.
Oh, I mean, well, I
localization.
guess we can just
We
zoom
can
out.
leave in.
We zoom out a second. Like, what do we hear? Well,
Yeah,
Aspire.
yeah.
There's a new release. Yeah, this is a reminder that we do minor releases for Aspire. And so today there's a new release. So the old one, you need to like drop that like it's hot, and you need to like go and get the new one because it's out right now.
Drop it like it's hot.
Like it's hot. Let's show my age. And so, you know, this is a muscle that the team has been trying to build since we first built Aspire. We knew we were going to have to do regular releases to react to feedback, to to address the feature areas that we wanted to improve on in this whole space, but also because, frankly, Aspire, two things. We take a dependency on like lots of other external stuff that we don't control, and that stuff updates on its own cadence, and we want to make sure that we pull that stuff through regularly, because if you're using Aspire, you might be relying on us to get a lot of that stuff. So that's fine. So we do that. The other part is we are figuring out a lot of stuff about the Aspire experience as we build it and as people use it and give us feedback. So we want to have the ability to like react to that and like give people new features and improvements as they give us feedback about them, and as we kind of unlock or uncover or discover kind of the next sort of wave of functionality as we build it out. And so yeah, so 9.1 is here today. This is our first release for the year. We plan on doing a couple more minor releases over the next couple of months. It's not super secret. Like if you like usual, just go into GitHub and like click around the issues, and you can kind of figure out what we're planning most of the time.
You find fake dates.
Yeah, fake dates. Yeah, Fowler. We did originally plan to do this last week, and then we pushed it out a week because we just didn't feel like we had good coverage. Like we just didn't have enough time to like use the new bits. And so Fowler did his...
estimates are always false, right?
Yeah, that's right. The estimates. It's called estimate for a reason. So like Fowler did his thing. He got some folks to dog food it, or some some early adopters on the Discord, and we found a bunch of stuff, which was great. And so we feel much better about it this week than we did last week. But also this is the first minor since 9.0. 9.0 was a pretty big release for us.
Yep.
And we added a bunch of functionality, and as is often the case, turns out some of the big things that we thought were great weren't that great. And so we needed to do some polishing and some refinement. And I'm happy to say we've done a lot of that in 9.1 on some very key areas, which we'll talk about. And made some really good improvements. The other thing that's happened is the team has been focusing a lot on how to be more efficient as a software development team. And so Fowler particularly has spent a lot of time since 9.0 released and now, kind of pushing the team to say, how can we be more efficient? What can we do to speed up cycles, get more code in the repo? Because the more code we can get in the repo, that is, the more more quickly we can commit new features and changes to the product, the more quickly we can dog food them, the more quickly we can uncover usability issues, bugs, whatever opportunities for improvement, and we can just increase that velocity. And it's not something that building something like the big .NET, ASP.NET Core, those type of things, we just don't build the product that way. It's a different type of product. We have an annual ship cycle. We do monthly patch fixes, which are very highly vetted, and a lot of work goes into doing that. Doing something on a fast iteration cycle is kind of a different mindset, and you almost need different infrastructure. And so we had reused a lot of the infrastructure initially as part of building Aspire to kind of bootstrap the product and get us going. But some of that infrastructure was really more intended and designed around the challenges that the big .NET product space, and less around what Aspire needs to do. And so, yeah, we just kind of like went, what if we didn't do it that way and we did it this way instead? And so we found, I think we got our CI build time down from like an hour to like 6 minutes or something by just using different infrastructure. And to be clear, making trade-offs, like if nothing's free, right? Like, it means that we have to think about things in a different way sometimes, but we wanted to optimize for speed. And so we've been doing a lot of that, and 9.1's kind of the first result of that, and we hope to improve that over time and get better and better as we go. So anyway, that's a long rant about stuff that's happened the last couple of months since we released 9.0 in the team. But
I call myself a distinguished build engineer.
Yeah, you were the DBE for 2 months.
Because we had a lot of flicky tests. When you run containers and networking and all these various things, you end up hitting all these crazy issues with Docker failing, Podman failing, different OSs, and we basically had to like hammer down all the testing because we had engineers wasting cycles, like spending an hour in between a flicky test failure, and it would take days for a change to get in. So the whole idea was to get it down from an hour to be like minutes, right?
Especially if there's like you send the PR and you get a comment on one line. And it's not a nit comment, but it's like, I probably should fix that. Oh, crap. That means this entire build cycle has been invalidated. And now I have to go and make the change, which will take me 2 minutes, and now wait an hour to verify the build again. It's like, that's not good for anyone, right?
Was there any like one big thing or was it just like 100 small things?
There was one big thing that made a huge difference, which was the actual how we did the build. And so we have this system as part of the larger .NET system. Build infrastructure. There's like a team that manages build infrastructure because, as you can imagine, there's like a lot of products that get built, lots of compliance and lots of stuff that has to be done. And so there's this infrastructure that they manage, like a pool of build agents and all these different capabilities and all these type of things. And that stuff, like any large distributed system, has queuing involved and timeouts and wait periods. Like it's not just like infinite compute, right? And so a lot of it was the actual build of the code would take minutes often, but the testing is where you'd have a long lead time, and a lot of the time that testing time was just waiting. You're like waiting for a build agent. What's the queue length? It's currently 40 minutes. Oh, it's gone up to 3 hours because we have a spike in like build for whatever reason across all the .NET repos at this moment. Or there'd be back pressure on the infrastructure that we use, because like, it's in some Azure subscription that's owned by the team that's monitored. Like, it's in like any large distributed system. It's not infinite, right? There are trade-offs involved. And so the biggest thing I think was Fowler spent a bit of time learning GitHub Actions and was like, what if for CI, for PRs specifically, not when we build the actual bits, but like, that's has to go through all the official stuff. But for just like verifying that this PR is like good to merge, can we just like use the more run-of-the-mill stuff? I guess is the best way to put it.
GitHub Actions, right?
GitHub Actions, lots of parallelization. Like he literally went through that, and some of it actually resulted in slight
like the matrix build kind of stuff.
But like also like creating a matrix. So rather than like running all the tests sequentially, and I'm exaggerating a lot here. But like, can we parallelize and group things more logically so we can run groups of tests in parallel on different agents,
different machines,
on different machines, right? Using the features in GitHub Actions like matrix definitions and whatnot. And so he did a lot of that stuff. He used a lot of Copilot to help him on ramp on that. There's a lot of great stories just out of that part of it, honestly. And as a result, we got to this place where you could send a PR and like 100, looks like 100 things would jump off, like immediately. Like all these checks would suddenly show up on the PR, like 100 different things are running, and then 6 minutes later, everything's like done. It's like, wait, what? Like it could actually be that quick? It's like, so good fun.
Now we can see right? We can see a little bit of those scripts because the Aspire repo is public. If we wanted
that
to
stuff
learn
is
from
all in the CI is in the GitHub
Yeah,
Actions definitions that are in the
folder.
repo. Yep.
The other big change we made was to fix flaky tests. We had to actually add features to the product.
Yeah.
To be able to debug tests for
Mm.
ourselves. So we actually there's first class support for testing Aspire applications in Aspire. And initially we had kind of built our own version of that.
Well,
for
we
our own
weren't
testing.
using it because we
weren't
built those
using it,
features
right.
after we started building the product.
Right.
And we
So
hadn't gone
wrote
back and done
tests.
the debt, right?
So it's
Taken
funny,
on
the
debt.
first version of Aspire had like minimal testing. It was
Yeah.
mostly manual. Then the next minor version, we kind of said,
Mhm.
okay, we need a ton more automation. So we added a bunch of testing. We didn't have first class support for doing the testing that we needed to do for ourselves and for everyone else to do. So we kind of hacked stuff together. And then this release, we finally like handled all the technical debt to say like, let's just replace all the stuff that we built handcraftedly in the first release with the stuff that everyone's going to use. And as part of doing that, we had to kind of build features in to make it easier to see logs, to be able to debug tests. Like, it was a good effort because it helped us fix product issues for customers for our own testing.
It was like another 0 to 1 effort, honestly. Because like the reality is
Yeah.
getting a Hello World test to run and pass is one thing, but getting a test infrastructure set up such that, like you said, you've got logs that cover every scenario that you might need to when a random test fails. Like, that's a lot of lift. And it turns out
Yeah, it was crazy.
it's different depending on every system you're building, and even what test framework you're using. And so because Aspire is distributed by nature and we've got containers involved and we're like automating CLIs that we don't own and like all this stuff and different operating systems and all the rest of it, there are so many different ways it can fail.
I mean, it was legitimately, like, thinking back to how much work we did, it's actually crazy that we got this thing working really well. So like, we had a couple, and I guess I can segue into kind of the first set of features for 9. There were a lot of issues in 8 and some in 9 around being able to stop and restart, and leaking Docker networks was a big one.
Yeah.
Not cleaning up ports, so people would hit F5 in Writer or VS Code, and between F5s, it might have ports running in the previous run.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
we had a lot of those bugs, and I think our CI would hit those same issues, but it would be kind of invisible because it would be a flaky test and it would go away. So in looking at flaky tests and trying to figure out why things were failing like seemingly randomly, we found product issues.
Well, the other thing is that CIs are often clean environments.
Yeah,
And
clean
so
runs, right?
you can have confidence because your test passed, but then the reality is the real world experience using the product and the dev machine is very different
Yes.
because it's not a clean environment every time. And so that's another
Yeah.
balance that we have to tackle.
So we found just a ton of like small bugs, risk conditions that kind of compounded to cause these different failures. So we had a lot of our team kind of just spent a ton of time making Aspire work really well for testing and for running like F5. And it's funny, testing is kind of a stress test. What testing does internally is testing spins up an entire environment per test. It spins up and down. So like the entire end-to-end up and down per test. So that kind of like found all the bugs, to be frank, all the problems with like leaking networks and leaking resources and containers not being cleaned up and things failing. So I want to say we spent a lot of time hardening the core in 9.1, and it happened as a result of fixing our own flaky tests, finding bugs, not being like we couldn't even diagnose some of the issues in the beginning. We have to add logs and features to be able to figure out why Elasticsearch is dying on this one machine in this one case, and that led to there's a bug in DCP where we aren't like doing the risks and logs. It was satisfying from an engineering standpoint because it was like we finally hardened this like core, right? And there's still more bugs for sure, but like given all the random issues customers had, we kind of like hammered down and said, okay, we're gonna fix these like 10 issues that keep recurring and are showing up that are hard to track down.
Can you talk a little bit more about what types of tests you're writing there? I mean, our viewers might be watching and thinking, oh, they're writing XUnit tests that go through and are examining how things are working. What do your tests actually do when you're building and doing CI for the entire Aspire system?
They're basically just XUnit tests. It's just that they
Yeah.
test more. They test. So we have like the full spectrum of real unit tests
Unit
Yeah.
tests.
that
Yep.
literally just new up a type, test a method, and assert the state. And that type or method has to be written in such a way that you can assert its state, right? So you have to design for testability. And then there's integration
ones.
tests, right? And then there's like the really hard stuff, which is like, let me have an app host project with 27 resources defined, 12 of which are containers, 14 of which, the math doesn't add up. .NET projects, whatever. And then when you run that in a test, that causes like a Docker pull on 14 containers simultaneously. Right?
I mean, just so you understand the kinds of issues we hit with our own testing, we hit rate limits for Docker IO. So in the tests, we have our own container registry where we mirrored all the images because our tests were killing Docker.io, right? Like that was that's not a thing that you would predict ahead of time. It's like, oh crap, we're like crapping on Docker, right?
But then also like, and then it's like any other test. You arrange, you act, and you assert, right?
Assert,
like we would boil it all the way down. It's like, okay, so you arrange, you set up your app host or whatever. You act, like you call the methods to like start all your resources and do whatever it might be. But then the assert part is like everything is asynchronous in Aspire because it's distributed. Like nothing is happening sequentially in a way that lets you like halt and assert. It's like, so everything is kind of based on, I'm going to tell you to start and you're going to give me a task back that represents the start operation, not when the task finishes, everything is good. It's like, you just have to wait. And then it's like, okay, so now I've told it to start. I know it's received the command to start. But then I have to figure out, how do I assert the state of all the resources so that I can then move forward logically in the test to then assert the next thing? Like, for example, really basic. How do I make sure that my front end is running successfully in such a way that all the back end stuff that it depends on is also running successfully so that I can then create an HTTP client to like hit a front end and assert that some HTML is spat out, right? Like really basic stuff. Anyone who's ever done playwright type testing or functional testing will be familiar with this. But often when you're doing that type of testing, you may stand up an environment and have it set rather than like spin up the entire environment in the XUnit method. Like literally in the same test method, you're saying start my entire environment and then somehow wait and then go and verify that it's working and then tear it down gracefully because I'm about to run another test that I need to make sure it doesn't step on the toes of this one or vice versa, right? Like,
and if you allocate more than 16 Docker networks, it craps out.
It crashes.
So make sure you spin down things. Some of these things we found because Damien actually found this in when he
in
was
the samples, right?
Samples, right? So he runs all the samples concurrently and then asserts that there's no errors in the logs. And we just found that there were things leaking. And it was like, crap, like how bad is this thing?
The worst part is when it doesn't fail, it just
hangs. It just hangs, right? So us and customers hit situations where, and we use XUnit, but I'll tell you, using XUnit for functional testing, you need a different set of features to make the whole thing reliable, right? When something hangs or crashes or times out, like your only recourse is to like sift through logs. So how do you figure out why the test didn't get the event it was supposed to get? I called start, I called wait for, I waited for healthy. The thing never went healthy. Why did it go healthy? Why did it take an hour to spin up? We found bugs in all the emulators. So we were talking to all the Azure teams. We're running Cosmos and Event Hubs and Service Bus, which is a brand new feature, by the way, in 9.1. And we're spinning these things up in parallel per PR, hitting it really hard and crashing stuff. So we, as a result of doing this big testing push, we improved Aspire itself, the core of Aspire. We improved the product overall because we added more features to make testing easier and more observable.
By the product, improving .NET.
Aspire itself. So like customers using Aspire to test their own apps got improved because we had to add features to test our own apps. And then we improved emulators and other features in general because we're stress testing those things in our environment. So I think you get this trifecta of like benefits. So we're finding all the issues, hopefully, that you're finding as well, and giving feedback.
We also have some like large internal customers. Like during .NET Conf, we had like the Xbox and Copilot team. Like, so do we also get like a lot of the time I'll hear dogfooding at Microsoft with our large partners internally helps us like find
Yeah.
stuff too, right?
Oh yeah, so we had a really big meeting with the Copilot team. I want to say a month ago, and Ruben is probably in the chat somewhere. Me and him
Yeah.
spoke to one of their architects, and they ran into issues testing as well. They kind of split their single app into multiple apps, and it got hard. And so we ended up sitting down with that team and figuring out what do we have to add to Aspire over the next couple of versions to make their end-to-end be much better. And we got through a big chunk in 9.1. We aren't done yet, but those pieces of feedback, internally helps, I think, both external, and it helps us get real feedback from big customers. So it's kind of a benefit. So yeah.
You mentioned you found a bunch of bugs in other emulators and things out there. I understand that there was a Docker update that happened along the way here that helped.
You know what's crazy about the relying on external tools for like bug fixes and features? So we narrowed down a ton of these bugs in our own code base and Docker versions, and things got fixed and over time got better. And then we had this last machine that kept failing. We couldn't figure out why. Like it was the last stand. It was like, oh my god, this bug was supposed to be fixed, and this is literally the week before we shipped. It's last week, right? We're like, oh my god, it's not fixed yet. And it turns out the version of Docker on that machine is super old. So the bug got fixed sometime in some newer version of Docker, but that build machine had a really old version installed, so we were all panicking for like no reason. Like, okay, well, just update the version of Docker and we're all good to go.
There's no real way when you're testing or whatever that you can tell from your test or from internally what the Docker host is, can you? Or, can you detect?
You can,
Like,
you can query it.
You can,
but
you can do the same thing we're doing. You can
I
run
guess,
the
yeah,
CLI.
an environment
You can
variable.
just like process.start Docker --
Yeah.
version.
Right,
Oh,
okay.
it failed.
can.
Okay, you don't have Docker, right? Like,
But do you really want to like?
no.
I mean,
Yeah.
Docker ships pretty often, right? Like
Yeah.
minor
Right.
versions, patch versions. Do we want to be
You don't wanna
putting any
rely
version of
on-
Docker?
Yeah.
No, not really.
I think it just speaks to the more complex systems are, the more things that you're standing on top of that you don't control, and that can move without your necessarily knowing about it. Like the ways that you can fail, as we said before, just like grow exponentially. The combinatorial type of issues that you come at, and like it only takes one thing to destabilize the entire kind of structure. And so a lot of the benefit out of building a system like Aspire as Microsoft, as a team like us, is that we kind of like, quote unquote, take the burden of doing all that legwork and owning that problem space for customers so that customers can focus